Hey, it's me, Sai7, and welcome to part 51 of Limbus Company. And today, the Limbus is getting arrested. Something like that. Yeah, no, we're getting a new department, the LCE, presumably the extraction department. And we're getting a checkup on how the sinners are doing. So, you know, that, honestly, good question. How are they doing? Very curious to see about Don Quixote. And music in the background is from Ender Magnolia. So Millie. Hey Link, how are you doing? Are you ready? Ready for some Limbus? Dude, man, Ender Magnolia has been really good. Highly recommend it. And Dead Wolf. I'm not going to be pulling for the identities. It actually sounds insane to do so. You'll be pulling, you'll do some pulls. I mean, you've got that fucking Dragon's Horde. Yeah, how much did you even spend for Walpurgis? That was 22k, man. It ain't cheap. And Ishmael's under my bed. $730 XP error compensation. Wait, what? I don't think there wasn't anything in the notice about that, was there? Huh. I'm curious about the rolls though. Ignition, so 3 to 11 with the +2, yep. A lot of good burn. This does seem like a really good burn unit and really funny, which we'll get to that. Gives itself burn. At 30+ burn, activate ABS max attunement, degraded corrosion instead. And then after using the skill, dies. So, you know, how long has it been since we got a burn unit? And then we finally get one and it just wants to die. Dude, it's literally like, I don't want to be a fucking burn identity. What the hell is this? Also, the first burn unit with evade, which is cool. On use, lose 5 burn. On evade, lose 5 burn, so you can lose up to 10. 10+ burn, coin power +3. So 4 to 17 on a dodge, that is really strong. So I don't know, it's probably worth it if you like burn teams. Limbus Company LCE. Combat start at 80% plus missing HP and at less than 30 burn, gain up to 30 burn once per encounter. Dude, she really wants to die. Could you imagine having a unit with this kind of passive in Runa and trying to fight Zhao? Okay, this does look like a really cool ego. Put it on your company, you can try using her. Did you get her? Oh yeah, you did say you got her. Nice. 69k lunacy. How much did it take? Yeah, Poise ego. What does that mean? So the new Yi Sang one's probably a... What the hell? Something you can pick up from the event. Oh, that's nice. Okay. He's a 2-star. Which, dude, what the heck? Look at these skill names. It must be prefaced that ego gears are standardized equipment. When juxtaposed with ego gear from L Corp, depending on the degree of attunement to the abnormality, the idiosyncrasies of the source may be utilized with greater flexibility. What the hell? Yet, the degree to which that attunement and synchronization are achieved may resultantly allow the user to be devoured. He's writing his own book. Passives, this is reflected in their appearance, more closely resembling the source abnormality than ego of the former L Corp do. Ego disintegration is not unlike a decomposition of compost. Oh, that's one way to put it. For some reason you don't see the update in the App Store? You might need to restart it. I know I had to restart my computer in order to restart Steam to get it to pop up. That happens every now and then. For the App Store, it might be about the same. I don't know. I was playing this game on your phone. 10 pulls get her, another 20 for Ryoshu. You got her too? That's crazy. Get her on the Sinners Want to Death for Benefit comp. Ooh, look at this background. Medical checkup. This looks like everyone's fighting each other. Oh, this is a really cool background. I love this. Data collection. Oh, I just turned all the... Okay, I'm dumb. What do we use in chat? Gun Bros.
주인 출장 피가 범람할 시간이요.
착수.
What the hell? Gunshot. I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You damned imbeciles! What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Limbus Company. Faustin attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Alright, where's Ishmael with her fault placement? Apologies. Concerned was I. That to not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Oh. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Boy, your genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. Damn, it was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. You know, maybe we are getting arrested for Otis's war crimes. Worthy not, how befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her compatriot. Gah! Donkey! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, "You're doing it wrong." But I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. So this means Dante is actually really good at being a commander? It's kind of funny. Don Quixote, no. Rip. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Please stop pacing and compose yourself. We're almost done here. Wait, can this person understand Dante? That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. Had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Didn't work. Oh, what the hell? Alright, I was not expecting to fight Ectolum. And a burn team. So what level are they? 50? 47? You didn't expect Envy either? Yeah, what the hell is happening? I think Ryoshu is actually the most or not Ryoshu, Radia. Now it's there. Yeah, that's good. Maybe it just takes a moment for Bones. Dude, I couldn't imagine fighting Full Stop Office Heathcliff. That's actually gonna be hell if we ever have to do that. Okay, so she dies. Yeah, they're really fast too.
한 점만 노린다. 깔끔한 헤드샷.
Yeah, could you imagine getting hit by that? What do you guys think would be the most annoying enemy, or I guess identity to face?
시야 확보. 쏜다.
Manager Dawn. No unique panic effects either. Ego.
좋아. 시원하구만.
You know, I think this might point to the LCE kind of
배워내고.
fucking up some things too. Creating Pectola. You know, if that's the case, I wonder how Virgil is gonna feel about this.
생각해. 움직임의 어딜 봐요.
육적이 끝낸다.
Yeah, they're weirdly fast.
전투 응대.
You know, this also gives me the hardcore patchery vibes too, doesn't it?
영원한 참으로 인도하지.
I mean, obviously this is different, but and Hohenheim was talking up at the top too. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Okay, Otis. Thanks. Phew, got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You'll maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked my soul for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta... more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. Wait, it's actually his fault? And the bug guy just can't do anything right. Amass data. Various disorganized and trivial documentations on LCB, distortion, and the pectila are haphazardly scribbled here. These data have been collected by the LCE, messy records of test experiments, and research litter the paper. It is not the duty of a researcher to organize their findings, that is the assistant's responsibility. Nice. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. But that was Gregor? Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. What the hell? What do you mean you can't? Right there's the creaking sound of time's ravages sink. Oof, I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Honglu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's gotta be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Oh no. Yeah, they haven't really talked that out, have they? Honglu was unprompted, catapulting with such a heavy subject it brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but he just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? I love Honglu. I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. Okay, that's not the elephant, Honglu. It is not to concern thyself with. Be not so... Oh, she's gonna cry. Of course, there's also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot. That's my designated seat you're planting your arse in. I'll whack ya. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you can... I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right, now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chin wag to a minimum, yeah? Yeah, I need a British translator for this. Chin wag? What the hell is that? A chat? You can't just say a chat? Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Dickish? Anyways, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? You know, now they feel like proper sinners, right? Cussing up a storm. The thing? Fucking, you don't know Heath's weird. True. Well, you know, the thing. Sorry about that. That we tried a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played a volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely yep. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some, please. We still have expectations for our employers. Aha, recall that young Mersault had given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? Having astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. Deathmatch, Limbus Company Battle Royale. I feel like Ryoshu would win. It'd be like a toss-up between her and Otis. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Mersault's physical therapy, that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgil? Yes, I knew that this day would eventually come. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Artyom's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbation fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that it needs this much buildup? In other words, a bit meta, Dante. It is time for Limbus Company's dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? Did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago, requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say you're right, Ishmael? Oh no. only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... No, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Coolio. What the hell? You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Not the regular checkup. Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Radia. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Blocked. Blood of my colleagues. The only key to escape. What the hell? What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced abject horror at the suggestion. Face of terror, I think that's PTSD. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? It's looking all pale. Okay, to be fair, military checkups are pretty bad. Not a fan. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. We're gonna find out. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school too. Yeah, we did too. Do you guys remember doing like PFAs? Or is that what they were called in school? That's what they're called in the military. But you know where they'd make you run from like line to line in the gymnasium? With that stupid music. Oh yeah, that was called the Pacers test. You remember that? Yeah, wait. Was there really any purpose to that? Because I feel like even if people failed it, like nothing ever happened. You have no idea? I don't either. Because I think that was even outside of like grading. And also PE didn't have like a grade on it. Did it? Is that some like behind the scenes thing that we just don't know about? What kind of checkups? They put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. But prithee, wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? Full knowledge and analyses of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. The school used to incorporate the checkup with PE fitness test. I mean, I guess we had to do like push-ups and stuff too. It's not that bad. It's like 20 or 25. And then sit-ups too. Oh, what soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? Oh, Heathcliff. He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. Wait, did he have lice? Lice in your clothes? You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be... to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority? But by your parlance, true authority. Could it be that you are questioning whom among us is our leader? What, isn't it Dante? Why? I feel like Otis is kind of overstepping here. But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. With that shadowed face. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. Well, is this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being in life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where's your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? Yeah, is she going through like a bout of PTSD herself? Aha. So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinners standing. Dude, it really is a battle royale. You think you're in the wrong place right now? I think she might be. Who do you guys think it would be? I mean, I feel like Ishmael's a good contender, but probably Faust. Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Okay, I'll give you a lot. One hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. What the hell? Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? The battle excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. Man, it's kind of like the sense of family that they had been building over Canto 7 just faded. So weird. The headquarters. Headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company. Yes. Oh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest? Yet mine heart is faint prepared. For thee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles. You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Nothing wrong with that. I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? A good point. Let's take them doors instead. Sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. or an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? What the hell is that noise? It sounds like even Heathcliff's got, his bones are grating together. Then I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we'll remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment. However, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Aren't you doing everything with us the whole time? Elsie and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. Ooh, wing aspirant company, you say? We're gonna be the new L Corp. A new wing? Are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? They do know we're the Limbus company, right? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. What? Oh, that's insane. Okay, so the reason they're declining is because L Corp fell, right? And so they're not getting the energy required to maintain themselves, essentially. I think which identity was that in? It talks about it in one of them, and then I think it's mentioned in the Warp Express too. And also the library and that vampire, yep. Yeah, I'm really curious about this. W Corp. Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. Oh yeah, the VIPs and stuff with the puppeteer. Yeah, that was a big issue too. Otis, it was W Corp Otis. Okay. R Corp and W Corp really getting shafted after L Corp fell. Yeah, that's actually a good question too. How R Corp's doing. But I think they're gonna save the R Corp stuff for Gregor's, for something for Gregor, I'd imagine. Might as well get a foot in the door. I wonder what it could be though. Like a new form of transportation? Let me see. So they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. Must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works. And to ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. No shot. Miss Otis, we need to make predictions in such rashness. Well, that's a good question, because then we'd probably take part, right? I mean, we're literally able to revive and stuff. That'd be a good for a war effort. Call that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such a violent pandemonium. Faust gatekeeping Faust. Yeah, that's a good point too. Oh yeah, like the other Faust aren't telling her? I mean, she could be lying too. She doesn't always shoot straight with everyone. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another, a portal if you will. Oh dude, that's way better than warping. But you know, I guess the question is, what is the, since this seems so useful, what's the drawback? What's the negative part of this? You don't think Faust is lying since she is using an I statement? I mean, maybe. Don't get the impression she does so unnecessarily. Better not take 10,000 years. Oh, she resolved all the aforementioned side effects then. Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or, in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. Yeah, we got door company. Nice, man. There's been much progress in the stabilization efforts. However, minimizing intersection incidents. What is that? Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Yeah, I have to look that up. Pentasection? There's not really a good definition. It's just kind of like segments of 5. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. Okay, yeah, so getting split into 5 versus 2 pieces. He's been halved. Both sound equally awful to me. So I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns, it tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. Saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows though. How tiresome. Now, off the bus. The vehicle. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. Ooh. This looks fancy. This is assistance from P Corp. In the process of developing this device was indispensable. Working with P Corp? Wait, that means in cohorts with young Cesara, are you? Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder if she's concerned about what's happening to her Dad's body, Dad Quixote. Hoy day, much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Okay, guess not. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Ah, worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sights of Limbus Company headquarters, that it hath been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which we are yet to be allowed into the headquarter, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Phew, glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters brought upon by frequent trans-nest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Irregular? You know, I was kind of under the assumption that everything was going according to plan. Why'd you say all that if you were gonna explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P-Corp? Boy, here we go again. P-Corp singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words: expansive space warping technology. ESW? Oh, right. Didn't you say that Miss Cicero told you something about how the principle of P-Corp singularity is a lot like how La Mancha Land works? Dude, that's what I said. I remember talking about this too. Right. La Mancha Land was much more larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? Like the Deviat? It's... how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? Well, I thought P-Corp's thing was more like keeping the buildings and stuff safe, right? Like they could kind of bend. Like it kept the people inside the area safe. This is just a bunch of really big RVs. Yeah, basically. That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments, how nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansion technology, but isn't a P-Corp singularity, would be Mephistopheles. Yeah, we know that. Because that's what the entire back of the bus is, right? Oh yeah, and the famed ice cream. It expands in your mouth. I was thinking that W Corp and R Corp, T Corp and such were one of Limbus's sponsors, since it probably needed new L Corp that can provide energy post-haste, but looking at the state of W Corp, probably not. Well, that was something I was thinking about too. With the establishment of the LCE, if they're extracting energy from the abnormalities, then yeah, that would solve the energy crisis. At least for W Corp. But if we're also, if Limbus is also wanting the current W Corp to fall to this upcoming, or yeah, to the up-and-comers that we're already working with, then we wouldn't be giving any energy to W Corp, you know, which would cause them to fall faster. Yeah, that's crazy. I guess that's dependent on whether or not LCE is creating energy or not. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world, Okay. A perfectly protected construct. Its interior is sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity no matter what. Its interior is safe from any and all harm. There we go. Therefore, the more expensive the P Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. You know, isn't that weird though? Because that's one of the head's taboos. Right? Isn't it that buildings can't be... Oh, it's not that buildings can be destroyed, it's that bullets can't penetrate buildings? I don't know if it actually specifies whether or not buildings can be shattered. Which no, that can't be the case, because in Leviathan the orphanage gets destroyed. Okay. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. Can't damage residential buildings, you think? Yeah, I'll have to double check that. I think I might be confusing two different things at the moment. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilized P Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Sync, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a Devyat Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... What? I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Oh, like the kid got lost inside of the trunk? Hey, come on. Sometimes a story is just a story. No, fairy tales are real. Read from Distortion Detective, building destruction is only a taboo at night. Yeah, I don't remember. I'll double check and then... Here, I'll make a note. I'll make like a post on the video afterwards. Residential destruction taboo. The kid going inside of the trunk. Not necessarily. Fortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. What? Several regulations were added to Hana and Devyat Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. Yeah, I imagine the body itself, like, shrinking and expanding wouldn't be great. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. Parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Okay. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communications and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument? As I expected, that would be much trouble on its own. Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. Oh, that's crazy. Dude, we're expanding. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P Corp and the Aspirant W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. And can you imagine just how much money Limbus... Yeah, that means the Limbus Company is making a ton of money. To be able to install even like kind of small facilities like this in nests across the city, that's wild. In every nest? I imagine not N Corp. Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgil gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. That's a lot of money. What kind of backing is this? Don't answer that. I mean, we know who it is. Ghost tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energy is now linked, are routing toward that gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. What, not scared of getting pentasected? Well, let's follow her inside. There's a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Oh, the abnormalities, right? Is the floor of the LCE department. LCE Research Team Lab Unit. LCE? Huh. Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in through the HQ's front gate one day. Okay, what are the odds that this is underground in the same way that Lobotomy Corp was? This is like too familiar, you know? It almost, I get the feeling we're gonna end up making the same mistakes as the Lobotomy Corp. Hohenheim. Alright, give me 1 second. I need to... I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I have to check on the weather because it has been so freaking cold. And we actually lost power the other day for like a good couple of hours, and it was scary to say the least. That like creeping cold feeling, you know. And also, I don't want the stream to die. Full Alchemist, Hohenheim. I don't think anybody pulled for the new Faust, did they? I was gonna say we could try doing like a burn run with her, but oh, there's one.
잠깐만.
이번엔 함께하죠. 함께하죠.
의뢰
일이라면 준비. 움직이는 먹인자. 재밌겠군.
Dude, I was not expecting this guy to have glasses. What a nerd. And I say that as someone who also wears glasses, so... But dude, the oval shapes are crazy. And AED, Ego. Are they just staring? Right, are we waiting for something to happen, or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Thank you, Heathcliff, that was awkward. Faust Order Blossom is peak, Faust knows. True. It's more disheveled, nerd is more appropriate. I mean... I don't know, it looks like he plays video games. Is that like an accurate description? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. Oh, he's even got the eye bags too. He doesn't sleep. I love it. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus company. What? Yo, Big Faust. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yiseng and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners. I was hoping he was gonna keep going. Someone must stay behind to continue the research after all. So you two are friends. While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it can be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. Faust. I am in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. So is this the real reason we haven't done this, is because Faust didn't want to interact with this guy? Oh, he doesn't seem that bad. Surely. Yes, I was very well aware. I'm also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again, like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus company Sinners. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. You know, that is true. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. Oh, look at her. How odd. Their clothes are... Ah yes, allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Alyssa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? They don't like each other? I don't see why. Probably have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? Well, there are partial similarities to their gears. Enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed. We attempted our own brand of extractions. Successfully, I might add. While the news of the production of Ego Gear in Limbus Company's style was already received, this is the very first time they're observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that means they have Ardor Blossom and Lantern here. You know, it would actually be kind of fun to see them in Lobotomy Corp. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? I'm sensing distortions in Pectila too. Indeed, as they're a containment and research subject for LCE department as well. Okay, but the question is, are they... So we never came across Ardor Blossom or Lantern like in the real world? So the question is, how did they get them? And I guess my worry is that if they're actually trying to extract abnormalities from people, then yeah, we're just treading the same ground that Lobotomy Corp did. And that's not good. I was closely observed the Ego Gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Oh, she didn't say slay. Oh, he looks horrible. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? Feel the very same urgency you express. There's much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Pony red head. Dude, I like your design. It's nice. But also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Yeah, substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Okay, is he gonna open a trapdoor? Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situations? Walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgil, and Charon. What the hell? This is just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of a surprise attack. So ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgil? Did he just slam his face on the window? Nice, Dante. You look anxious, Dante. I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I don't like that line, so it goes. Find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some iced tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. You're about to spit Hohenheim propaganda since Faust takes the identity of Alyssa, who isn't chief researcher in the Mirror World. Where she's part of the research team, it means Hohenheim is actually goated for real. Yeah, but you know, I mean, that's true. But it's also weird that Yi Sang didn't either, so who would get a Hohenheim identity? Yeah, what the hell? Charon wants cake too. Oh, hey, we've got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. Oh, he's holding a twig. An employee appeared and led Virgil and Charon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. Purposes of evaluations to measure combat capacity, and he's too quick.
다가오지 마세요. 이 불꽃은 어디까지라도 번질 수 있으니.
I really like the look of this. Oh yeah. Three waves.
해체어가 진행하겠습니다. 한 놈.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of really juicy lore in this one, huh? I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting it to be so jam-packed with stuff.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
일발장장.
과감하게.
So what kind of LCE identities do you guys want?
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
I feel like I'm holding out hope that one day Porcubus will come.
해체어가 진행하겠습니다.
Or an aberration of Porcubus.
나갈 수 없어.
안심해라. 고통 없어.
That's weird. How the flame just starts
다가오지 마세요.
moving more.
이 불꽃은 어디까지라도 번질 수 있으니.
A lot of self-burn. Project Moon's really leaning into the idea of chain battle deaths. Which, I'll say it again, it scares the hell out of me.
똑바로 서라. 나무 인형만도 못한 걸.
망설이지 마. 나갈 수 없어.
Yeah, thinking about it, it's kind of weird that my brain went to
순식간에 끝내자.
wanting to understand how to manage these new abnormalities. Maybe I do miss Lobotomy Corp. That's weird.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
Oh no, she's doing it! Faust! No! She exploded.
나갈 수 없어.
앗? 벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없군.
She died. I didn't even do that on purpose. But that was really good damage. And AoE. Went through various tests, including command ability trials using Peccatella Invade. Our manager Esquire, hi-ho, have attained a score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Wait, what's the knowledge about? No way. Hey, you sang bud. They were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough Fixer fixation for the entire bus. Okay, that makes sense then. What kinds of general knowledge? Trivia quizzes. Yo, Limbus Trivia Night? What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? Ooh, that's actually a good question. Chat? Answer? I feel like I focus a lot on like body language, like facial expressions. The eyes, whether or not someone keeps eye contact is pretty important to me. Appearance. Gut? Or wait, were you saying that about something else, or did you just look at their gut? Nice, man. The look in their eyes, how strong they look. Bloody hell, this ain't easy. Her leadership style is... Oh, gut feeling. Okay, gotcha. Look at their gut. How much have you ate? Strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are? Mersault? We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. What? That's a little psychotic. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that help us support the LCB going forward. Okay, so she's gonna die. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. You know what'd be funny? If these guys were like, nah, we're gonna keep you in the containment units and you guys We're gonna treat you guys like abnormalities now. Could you imagine doing like what, instinct work for Heathcliff? What, like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. It does explode. It's not part of the plan. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. So the sweaters they're wearing here are actual merchandise too, which is really, really funny tie-in. Right? I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. It's sponsored by Heathcliff. To sleep? They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know? Turning on the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps some salts can remedy your pain. I'm always prepared to administer necessary aid, should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. I'm guessing that's Don Quixote. Oh, Sinclair, but my heels are on the ground. Bye. And, can you snuff out your cigarette before the test begins? Oh, that's why she's giving this death glare. Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. That's so uncool. Aha. And what about old but scram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. Seem to have forgotten something quite important I had to establish prior to beginning the tests in earnest. Need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got two of them already, right behind you if you need directions. What a smartass. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specially assistant researchers, specifically. As of course, there's much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Ardia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it, it's just not my vibes, you know? I'll take a researcher job though. I'm a big fan of her style. Ardia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I'd also like to refuse your nomination. Oust. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Dude, she's got an ego. Holy. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. Is it gonna be Dante? Fisk. Wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smart arses together to waste time pointing at each other's minor mistakes. Did you realize since Faust talks to other Faust means she knows Alyssa Faust, who presumably has to deal with Hohenheim's smartass every day, assuming no one takes his place? Oh, you know, that's actually a good point. Unfortunately, since I'm not pulling for the identity, we can't see the backstory. I'll have to wait for next week. Which, I guess if that's the case, yeah, I'll just end up going through after the 1 week, sharding them, and then just uploading the backstories then. Because I am really curious about these identities. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who has what the hell is this? Assiduously facilitated the tasks of the class president in... What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? You fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? Oh, they don't want to do the tests. I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Oh, he's got a bad feeling about whatever is to come. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Oof. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the sinner I chose. Oh no. Wait, who's it gonna be? Heartbroken. Shattered. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. No shot. Huh? Me? Huh? Me? Seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but why? I'm right here. What would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? You know, that is true. Isn't that how they came up with the, you know, Reese's? Mixing chocolate and peanut butter? That was just complete spontaneity and intuition. And now look at them. $1 million candy corporation. Billions. $1 billion. Perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, you sing. You were kinda looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. Ain't that the truth, he's saying? And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to be to the realm of memories and past. Yeah, we all have a TV show like that, huh? The Walking Dead. Yusing replied with a particularly downcast look. Glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho, so, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Ah, now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Arden whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear.
일부 통화율 정상. 개체의 행동 패턴 추출 완료. 이 정도 성과라면 다음 연구로 이어나갈 수 있겠군요.
Yeah, this has been one hell. Oh, he actually changed the outfits. That's cool. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there, get in line. Single file, lads, let's make this easy for all of us. Aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Since when do you wear glasses? Okay, I just had to take that in. Oh man. Oh, Project Moon. He's really fitting the vibe. Maybe I should get oval glasses. Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. What is that emoji? Perfect. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put on the air of a studious, learned individual, like so. True. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. It's just all for show, nothing is real. Wait, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Snuff out that cig in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? He's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. Primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. Oh, base identities? I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. Or to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I've grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. No, Otis. No, yourself. Is that progress, though? Perhaps... Sorry, the music change caught me off guard. Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. What do you have to be heart-touching, he's saying? He's had his canto. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now, I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh! And I've come to, sometimes, Allow my mind to form, bereft of rigorous reason. Smiling. Floating away gently, as though in a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Ah, okay. I guess that is progression of sorts. Pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. Oh man. Have you guys ever had like these kind of employee evaluations like this? I'm gonna be honest, so I've had one of these before. One of the questions is like, list the things that are like negative traits or like things, I don't know how they worded it. Yeah, I think it's like negative things or like things you don't think you do very well. And me being a smartass, I was like, I wrote down, I care too much for others. No, stuff like that. I just care too much. It hurts all the time. My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh no, Sinclair's gripping. Don't do that. Oh. Look. I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know? Brutal year. It's so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue? It's a weird way to put it, but I mean, I guess it's better than being love-towned. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Let me just step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished at the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Like the glue of the group. Equally defanged? Oh, even the Limbus company logo is a zipper? That's sick. In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the... yes. The same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? Child. If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. He really is the glue. Oh, wait, take that back. I take it back. Not. So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Oh, dude, he's getting cheeky. Whoa, Sync, is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of a golden bow is connection. We're now all fairly evenly and equally mediocre. Wow, man, I wasn't expecting them to make this into actual lore. This was actually something Leon asked me about too, not too long ago. My theory was that our sinners weren't really growing as people because they're borrowing from other identities, and as Damien puts it, it's kind of like a theft of things that they haven't earned, right? what he says at the end of Canto 4. Didn't Heath cave Sinclair's skull during the first part? No, he did. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to clip-off deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. What? Okay, I don't think it's actually that, but that is an insane thing to say. So, the truth is finally revealed. This is why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course, had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You? Wipe floors with doormats? Oh wait, yeah, that it... Alright, I think Otis has grown senile. Man, we're also prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? That's why my murderous arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. It didn't really have anything to do with my heart, after all. Oh. That's cool. Each Intervollo is closely connected to the main storyline, huh? Yeah. I mean, it's all one storyline. Yeah, the way Project Moon writes is that everything is like connected in some way. It's all important. Gregor. Boy, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Yet, not all the Golden Bow's effects must have been of a detriment to us. These things started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow, impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake, by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. The arm does more. I wonder if that also has some implications to his base ego too. That makes sense, I guess. Never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sink. It's a real handy trick, you know? Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Like Don Quixote? Oh, so that explains Ryoshu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at the T-Corp factory. Won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have been risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. What exactly goes into these tests? I know there is a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. Is it going to be something like that? What district is that? Like a blood fiend? She's happy that she has been boasted. There are dozens, if not hundreds of ways to determine one's ability without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. Battle Royale? A perfectly appropriate methodology? spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. It was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailor test for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that if you ask me. We will utilize the pectilla and the distortion phenomenon. Huh? That doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. What do you mean, Radia? I want to see more distortions. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant? Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. Clear encounter with all allies at 50 plus HP. Oh, whoops. I did want to check something. So what is the date on this? 9412 and 841. So it has been a year. Okay. So did I not get this one? Or where's the other fight? They're within 10 terms. So we really don't want to use Faust here. She's just gonna burn herself. Oh, interesting. Wait, why Wrath for Honglu?
일인가요? 어머, 부탁드려요.
Man, I think the implications of that are pretty insane. Let's see. First one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Alright, you, and you there, inside now. Heathcliff the assistant pointed toward Honglu and Sinclair. Hello, 1-2 testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the pectilla are entities that have failed to even distort. Seems like we'll be fighting the pectilla again. Oh right, I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods, so what's the holdup now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and I wonder if he's got a point. He does, because can they be turned back? Ever? Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I mean, they are different. I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. True. So, who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1. Family. 2. Friends. 3. Colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Damn. That's a little disheartening. I was expecting them to say friends or family. Dante says 3 colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners, not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be certainty. Thus I find these reminders to be quite useful. You know, that was a very serious look on Sinclair's face, too. These sinners, bound to Limbus company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept the fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts, to gain something to your benefit. Am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We're severely behind schedule. Will the combatants do what they do? Please, pay attention to the following presentation about the pectola projected onto this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge. So, if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. Well, this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. Do you think Hohenheim knows anything about Dante's past? Heathcliff bashed Sinclair in the head and similar behavior in the Sunshower Abnormality observation logs. Oh, I got you. I thought you meant at the beginning of the game. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of pectola, and as far as I am aware, the highest stage of pectola you observe was in stage 3. So far, at least. Oh no, foreshadowing! Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of, so far at least, at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. You're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into pectola beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed, we prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of mini pectola to be covered today is Pectola Urae, red pectolum of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see, they're quite literally burning with rage. Gebra vibes. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. Yeah, until Don Quixote had to beat the sense back into him, right? On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. That's Because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh. That's actually quite the thing for Honglu to say, huh? So does that imply he's actually... Like, he feels anger, but he never sees the reason to start a fight, essentially? Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but... What? What exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yeah, I can't tell if the pairing of Honglu and Sinclair is because they're the same, or if it's more of like a yin and yang kind of thing. Can't get angry if you can't feel invested. Yeah, I guess that's true too. Yeah. Without Sinclair being affected by the touch of Heathcliff did that to snap Sinclair out of it. Oh, I gotcha. Yes, that is exactly how it is. So does that mean we're getting... Actually, what are they gonna do for 7 battles? Oh, we've already done the Envy one. So we have 6 of these to do. Okay. Through waves. I didn't even see they have a special status. Willing Wrath. Every turn start, gain burn equal to turn count.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다. 거기구나. 백수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
I'm really curious what the other pairings are gonna be. Also, does that mean we're gonna get the Eerie version for all of them? Because we haven't seen all of them yet, right? Hearing will be fun.
이미 도달했다.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Yeah, Ishmael not being chosen for Wrath. I mean, she's pretty, or I guess was pretty wrathful.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면
Directionless sloth.
오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Oh, I think we are. I'm guessing, let's see, Don Quixote, right? Maybe Gregor? Gregor seems a bit lost at the moment. But I would also say that about Radia, too. I don't know. What do you guys think? It'd be dope to see. I really think they're doing that. This question mark. Because, yeah, we haven't seen the one for Sloth. For Sloth, Pride, Gloom, Gluttony. I think pretty much all of them, right? Besides Wrath. You thinking Faust? Oh, what is this? Faust, Mersault, and Gregor.
출정이군요.
화점에 두지. 화점.
출정이군요.
부선장이 필요한가?
I got one. A trio actually makes sense. So if it's not divided into two, does that mean we're gonna have to do a solo?
손봐주지.
Interesting combo. Yeah, I don't know, I guess... I don't know, Faust? I feel like Faust is more of a pride individual. I mean, yeah, this Intervollo definitely shows that too. Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Still doesn't have direction, only listens to others. Yeah, it makes sense for him, for sure. And I guess not Don Quixote because she overcame her slothfulness in her canto. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let us discuss Pectolum Pigrite Sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They're directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They're trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there's no better symbol for sloth than them. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy, incompetent... Now compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses... Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us proceed. Provide assistance. One to 2 speed.
바람구멍을 내주지.
I'm really enjoying this Intervollo. Learning so much about the sinners, what's going on outside of what we're doing. Things that are happening in the city itself.
바람구멍을 내주지. 기운을 끊는다. 기운을 끊는다. 된다. 사월을 건다.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
You've been stuck at this part for a good 30 minutes. You have a skill issue? Wait, what do you mean? Is the last guy tough? Spoil it. We'll find out. One has bleed. Dang. I was gonna say it'd be nice to get the 2 coin. I mean, I guess we could still do that here. Turn limit 9 turns. Oh, so we might have to build for this because we're using slash, and I don't think that's great versus these guys. They're weak to blunt. Yeah, which would make sense. And we are mostly pride with this team too. I don't want to spend that, and we don't have any ego. I mean, I guess we just do. We have to.
별것도 아니네.
Not to mention you don't have many good Mersault identities. You just borrow someone else's. Yo, look at that. What the hell? Oh, this looks insane. Target is 5+ Tremor. He gets just all Tremor. Gathering Stones. Rising Sloth. Prepare +1 for every 3 Tremor on target max 3. Gosh, when the skill gains attack weight +1 for every 5 Tremor on the target. They're getting Tremor reverb. And it gains protection. So we have to make sure our slowest people are the ones that actually hit these. What do you mean 5 speed? 2 to 5? In resistance, unless this unit is staggered or part broken, take 50% less damage. Okay. So we've got 463 HP to you through in 2 turns. Can he take 38 damage? And it's gonna trigger a tremor burst? Probably not. It'll probably be a stagger.
된다면 사활을 건다.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Like a growing mountains. Yeah, that protection is brutal. Holy shit. So we need a lot of gloom. Hey, no protection now. Not targeting Mersault at all. Man, I was really trying to yield some flesh to claim bones. Oh, that's so unlucky. Dude, that's wildly unlucky. Holy shit.
사활을 건다.
Not even the speed.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
팔 하나 가져간다.
Okay.
팔 하나 가져간다.
It's cool animation. Alright, last turn. I mean, we're like there. Yeah, no bones today. I have to worry about the protection. Unless, I mean, we could just do one-sided hits. Reminds you of something? I mean, I could... The rare Superbia usage. Never before seen. I mean, that should do the trick, right? Ineffective. Need 50 damage. I don't know. We'll try it.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요?
Here's to see what the other tier 3 sin monsters will look like.
그 답이
I
있을까요?
think the gloom one's just gonna be a river. There you go. Close, but a pass is a pass. Thank you, Hohenheim.
꽃은 지고 새로운 나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다.
Sinking on
우리의
purpose.
터전을 수호할 제목이라는 건
Defeat the enemies before they self-detonate. We want damage. Could have done it faster, but that's for next time. I don't even think we need to for the challenge, right? Yeah, we got the challenge done.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
The bad thing is he could run away, so I don't think we can use this. Since Gloom's in here, I don't know how effective Wild Hunt will be. I think he's always effective, right? You just go damage, big damage.
별 들어왔네. 블루, 가볼까?
준비는 항상 되어 있어.
와일드 헌트야.
You're close to beating this, but Faust had to flip all tails. That means you got the other fight done? Next up is Goulet, Gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these pectolum? Why don't we lump them together like how you've paired up us sinners?" Ha, running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. No, but Hohenheim wants this kind of thing out of his assistant. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. Make a valid proposition. What? Very well. Also fail to see the necessity in fighting these Pectla one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Suggestion is accepted, assistant. Huh? What? Really? Yo, he's as free as a bird. Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see. But I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. His very carelessness is why I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I'll abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well, then allow me to explain Pectula Morositatis, Gloom, as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in a deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you find is futility, such as gloom. You know, I think it's really important to point out the fact that this guy is researching the 7 deadly sins. Like, that's a very odd thing to be going after, no? Or to be spending time on. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down, especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I am floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. Yeah, it really... I guess this does fit Radia. Haha. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Ahem. Well, it's all ready now. In you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too. Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Alright, so don't let them self-detonate. Got a coach. So it can be a VOD gang later. It's all good, that's what they're there for, right? Oh, what is that? They have status effects. Mouse is very mouse. Man, it's been a busy day. Enter Magnolia into all this. Propagating Gloom. Turn into 1 stack. Inflict damage equal to this unit's current HP against the enemy with the least HP, then die. Reduced by 1 at turn end. And then perpetuating a glutto. Oh, gluttony. Turn Star get 1 HP, heal boost every 2 turns, max 5. Turn Star get 1 damage up and 1 clash power up for every 10 HP healed. Okay, so they don't just blow up, we have to focus on these guys. You think Odysseus is like this because she pissed off a Nebula by lying about her name and telling her true name to taunt it? I don't know, have we ever talked about the Sinner's name tags and what they signify? So if you'll notice, I think 3 of the Sinners have like metal name tags instead of the actual cards. And the theory behind that is that it's because they're using a fake name. It's like Don Quixote has one of those metal tags instead of a card, Otis has one, and Honglu. I think that's all of them, right? Evading. We just have to prioritize them, so it's not bad. Don Quixote, Honglu, notice, yep. Finish the event. How'd you like it, Link? Without spoilers. And dude, I'm loving this event. This has been a lot of fun. Like, did a lot. It's probably overkill. I don't know, thinking about it, combining the fact that Hohenheim's researching like the various sins and stuff, and then comparing that to, remember when Dante had that freak out during the Yield My Flesh Intervollo? I wonder if it's kind of related to that, like the reasoning behind it. Oh, she already hit 30? Oh yeah, because she's using 2 skills each turn. Oh no. Hang in there, Radia. Just one more. Whoa. That's crazy. I don't even know what to like compare this to. Like, in a weird way, kind of a praying mantis, like just with the body shape, but it doesn't have like the same arms. Radia's gonna die. Ooh. We had 3 turns to kill it. Decay Collision. Of course, Unbreakable Coins. Cascading Gloom. On hit without cracking. Cause Sinking Deluge. Evade. If the target is less than 0 sanity, coin power +1. If the target is 10 plus sinking, base power +1. On evade, target loses 5 sanity. Unless it's used staggered or part broken, take 80% less sinking damage. Infectious Gloom. Turn start, inflict 5 sinking against all enemies except for the one with the most sanity. After attack, if the enemy is defeated, all enemies lose 10 sanity, then inflict 3 sinking and +2 sinking count against all enemies. How fun. You know, if Radia dies, she just gets brought back by Heathcliff, though. I think we're okay. This question is, yo, we'll just be stacking Gloom on Otis. I think that's fine. Mermaid kinda, but it fails. Okay, the water on top of it is like, it just drenched around it. Man, I really like these animations. This looks so cool. It's just flowing around it. Alright, Radia, hang in there. She lose sanity on this too? Oh, yep, she does. I mean, she's faster. I think we just go for one-sided attacks with her. Because I think she's gonna succumb. We actually want her to die here so that she gets brought back next turn and we can finish this thing off, hopefully.
표준 중입니다. 신속하게 용건을.
I think we can risk that. Yeah, that's not an unbreakable, so we don't have to worry about her sinking.
한 발을 위해.
가둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지. 직접 밝혀주마.
흔들리는 일 따위 없이 가로막는 모든 것을 침묵시키고 지평선을 따라 나아가라.
Oh, did it just self-delete? What did it die to? I was gonna say, I had one more turn, no?
여유로웠어. 아예 여기서 밥 좀 먹다가 출발해도 될 것 같은데. 다들
Radia lives. Burn? Oh, Dark Flame. Oh, you're right. Dulled Harpoon. No mystery one here. So we don't get the Pride and Lust ones. Maybe? Dude, this is a crazy team.
해골바가지랑 닥쳐라 해파. 누굴 팰진 내가 정한다.
Yeah, you're right. It was the Dark Flame. I forgot. It feels like it never comes into play because she just deals so much raw damage, you know? Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up's you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu? Well, let's do this, I guess. ST. Step 2? What? She wants to switch teams. Really, now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. Ah, what a crazy thing to say. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's, is quite the pickle. Oh yeah, you think, the LCE, they've got to know about Don Quixote, right? Boy, she wants to switch teams, is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man, let's go. Fisk. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. We're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Plus, I thought I've been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Victim superbiae. Pride. Hohenheim droned on, as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel in its boundless pride rolls on and on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. True, the perfect circle doesn't exist, right? Like a perfect circle is basically the idea of infinity, essentially. I remember going over this topic one time It's a little bit of a rabbit hole. It's kind of fun. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers are those who have never tasted failure. Ah, someone like you, Hohenheim. Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is luxury, bust. Moving on just like that, huh? Yeah, you can't stop Hohenheim. Yo, he really is the wheel. The meaning of pectolum luxury lust is not exactly what it says on the tin. The more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. I can't wait for this to be a meme. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, you know, my idea of lust was always the idea of going after power. I mean, but I guess in Dante's Inferno, it was the fleshly desires, so... To share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. Yeah, it's probably a learned. There never is any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All of that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. You saw Hohenheim's silhouette in the trailer. You thought he had the ego for the alternate version of the teddy bear abnormality? Yeah, I was wondering the same thing too. But I was told there was a leak on Discord, so people knew that it was the AED instead. But I didn't look into what exactly the leak was. I guess if anyone knows, I'd like to know. Do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity. Oh. If he doesn't get any clashes, alright, I guess I'm taking some more hits. Two more. Wounded wounds. On hit, inflict 2 additional bleed or +1 additional bleed count. Gasping breath. When gaining poise, gain 3 additional poise or +2 additional poise count. There you go.
못해.
Alright, we're at 5.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 수발로 오리했다니. 대검 방호. 하! 위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Two more things, then we get the Sweeper Intervollo. So excited to see what's in store for us. What is the next thing? Yeah, I'm excited for the Sweeper Intervollo too.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았어.
You think we're gonna meet a mother finally?
대가리 딱 떼도록. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해봐.
Glad streamers exist because you can't play Limbus due to storage? What, on your computer or phone? Yeah, that's sad. Just delete some stuff. Oh, you know what? I bet counters are a thing here, so we need to... Oh yeah, Power Guard's OP for this. What the hell?
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Both?
최선의 방어를.
Yeah, what do you have on your computer?
졌지 않나.
I'm always like scared to get low on memory because it hurts performance.
해골 바가지.
I can't have that. Could you imagine playing a laggy Marvel Rivals?
대검 방호. 대가리 딱 떼도.
Refracted Railway, the return of bones to be claimed, then that Intervollo.
최선의 방어를.
Oh yeah. I think we should be excited or scared about the upcoming railway.
내가 알아서 처리. 내 죄는 내가 알아. 내 죄는
I get this feeling
내가
it's...
알아서 처리한다.
Oh, that was the last one.
해.
I get the feeling it's gonna be like, Railway 2, and that does not excite me.
인명 피해 없음. 기물 피해 경미. 완벽한데요? 소문이 퍼지면 당분간 귀하신
Each unit defeats the Pectolum that has taken their shape once. Oh, more envy.
피가 범람할 시간이요. 소재가
Oh, what an OP. This isn't even fair.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Well, you have all your games are in D drive, but Limbus always defaults to C drive, which has 99 gigabytes. And you can't find what's in your C drive that takes up so much. That's weird. You know, I have a lot of games, you have a lot of space on your disks. Yeah, I think I have like 400 gigabytes of free space at the moment. I have the guts to attempt Railway. You don't like to be stressed when you play games? It's not that bad. I mean, if you do feel stressed, you can just take it one day at a time. Or just watch a guide. Because really, they're not that bad. Verily, now is the time for young Yi Sang and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form as Pectila in Vide. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Huh? Oh? Doth static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. To envy and to be envied is the same? I mean, I have to think about that. I will comprehend thine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you've always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. She's gonna explode. Getting great misfortune, the event comes to a close, mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Sir Squirrel! Alack for woe, fate playeth such cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now, do imagine, what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed? Well, it would be quite the jealousy burning within my heart, a painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh! Wait, where? My, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two, quit the chinwag and get in there. Is that his catchphrase now? Verily, then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. He's covered up. Blade lineage. Unit defeats the Pectolum that has taken their shape once, and we have 2 waves. Damn, what the hell? She is fast. Damage dealt plus 15%, damage taken minus 15%. You used to have Limbus and basically beat it, but you figured need the space for games you play more. Did you only play during the updates? I feel that. It was really stressful, specifically if you want to get the turn count. I mean, have they been that difficult? I guess my line of thinking is that I don't always expect to get the turn count on my very first run. I just kind of play it to have fun and feel it out. Fuck. Oh, I think she's dead. That means I just can't win now? Tragic.
최악이요. 소재는 망가졌고
So what other identities do these two share? Read the lineage. Bucor?
남한 차량들을
Yeah, you're
기억한다.
probably right on that. Boys team's back with the vengeance. Pissed off. Yeah, this slash damage is insane. 27 to 72? She's gonna have to eat one of those.
가족을 위해. 엎드리도록.
She just gets staggered on one. Oh, this is so unlucky. Who'd have thought Blade Lineage Dawn better than Bloodfiend Dawn? What the hell?
말했던 벌이 이것인가? 예상한 일이야. 어버이와 달리
So no, the railway in itself has become somewhat easy, but since you don't know the new fights, you can become stressed not knowing what will be thrown next if you'll be able to beat it in the limit.
이거 참
Well, yeah, that's what I'm
설레는
saying, is that it is a learning experience, you know? But I feel like pretty much all of Project Moon's games are like that.
내 작품에 의견이라도 있어?
Oh my gosh, Dawn, how? Actually, how? She just doesn't flip heads.
네가 말했던 벌이 이것인가? 예상한 일이야. 어버이와 달리
이거 참 설레는구려.
The Limbus is a gacha with FOMO and actual downsides for not doing it. In this case, the rewards. I mean, it's not that much of a time constraint though, especially for railways.
점 찍었네.
I'm just... Alright, you win these, you win these, you win these. Easy.
엎드리도록.
No.
상처다.
Okay, have a strategy.
예상한 일이야. 어버이와 달리 우리
Oh, do you not get bench passives? Oh, never mind.
차량들을 뒤엎는다.
I was gonna say we could put a Incorp Faust up there. If I use Blood Dawn and Lament Yi. I mean, it's just a crapshoot whether or not Dawn wants to flip heads or not. God, that damage is insane. 50 to 72. Does this hurt less? It does. Oh, but not really.
점 찍었네.
That's crazy. Just need to get lucky on the first turn. This is like the Runa experience. Oh yeah, she just loses that. Yeah, do I need to take slash resisting identities?
이상적.
I must.
예상한 일이야.
Damn, I went into that thinking it was gonna be easy too. Holy shit. Keep the slash. Normal? We're just taking tanks too. Alright, easy win.
본인이 나서지.
Pick the same identities? No, that was not working. They're getting staggered in one hit. He still might.
작은 형님께서 부르셨나?
I'd do over 100 damage. Was staggered in 2 hits. That's a little better, right? That's better odds. Not that she could clash against them. Oh, I like those dominatings. Oh, that's beautiful. 51. Not quite a stagger. Boom. Murdered. Yeah, what am I doing? The answer is always just use a gun. It's so simple. Or the EX condition? Yeah. I'm watching it. I don't think this is gonna go my way. Yeah, that didn't stagger. Oh. No, Don, you win these. No. Alright, wasn't A lot of damage. No. Did another one. Oh, that doesn't self-stagger?
이곳을 벗어날 수
차리게.
있었을
장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
Don't lose 40% of HP.
깨어진 거울 가운데
Yeah, I have to be the one to pull the trigger. I mean, that went better.
나서지.
Better than Manager Dawn and Ring Sang. I'm just getting a really bad clashes. They're insanely fast for no reason. Yeah, what the hell? 4 to 8? 3 to 7? They're just rolling so high. It doesn't even matter what I want. Okay, I can let that hit. And then just make these all one-sided, or that one-sided. Alright, this is the one. I feel it in my bones. Do you agree, though, that they're fast? Oh, the win! Okay. Another? Easy. Easy run. I feel like the lesson here is never use swords. It's either use a fist or use a gun, you know? Life lessons with Limbus. Truth is, Limbus was rigged from the start. No! Yi saying why? That's okay, we get another chance. And these clashes are bad. 90 damn. Are they both weak to Pierce? No, that just hurts that much.
좋지 않소.
Wait, this is ineffective on him. It's still 30 to 82. I guess the damage dealt plus 15%. And then just it being 3 coins. So who did I kill last time? Yi saying, so Dawn has to kill Dawn here. I mean, we're faster here, so that'll probably just stagger, right? Oh, Pierce ineffective. 5 to 17 damage. Okay, weak to blunt though.
작은 형님께서 부르셨나?
And the clash is just bad. Okay, she can tank one, not 2 hits. 1 hit. Now she just doesn't lose her clash for golden. I could also just Superbia this, just to... Oh, no, I can't.
나아가주게.
Stuck in a fight. Have you thought about just winning? Suffering from success. No. Oh, he dead as hell. No.
이곳을 벗어날 수 있었지.
She had to win that.
끝나다니. 하지만
Alright, this is the difficulty spike.
할 거다. 지워지는 기억하고.
Yeah, weak to slash. What? What are these identities? Weak to pierce. Yeah, I mean, she can't clash.
죽음 충동 억제. 관념 봉인.
The vertical spike of Limbus. I would be haunted by the Yi Sang Don Quixote fight. Okay, so my thought process here is at least she has an evade. And a nuke at her disposal.
나아가주게.
You know, I'd give Don Quixote the launch codes if I had them. What could go wrong? It'd be funny if that's harder than the Kanto boss. I mean, this feels harder than Kanto 7. Or are you saying you just watch? What the hell? 2 rip spaces? For the one time I don't want to see that. That should be enough, right? Alright, we met the conditions. Now we just win. Now we just win. And they're not using their skill 3s. Fools. You know, the one time they actually start rolling low speed. To survive? What? Is it not just these two and it's done? There can't be more. Okay. You actually scared me with that. I was like, no shot, there's actually more.
한 자루는 죽어 떠난 자에 대한 축하를.
Ooh.
한 자루는 목숨에 묶여 살아갈
Censored? Don Quixote.
장님.
The price of curiosity. Yeah, the Intervollo could never... Oh, okay. I don't like the look of this.
소재가 준비.
나를 불렀나? 나를 불렀나?
어쩔 단단히
자,
원하신다면 투입이군요. 슈트가 실시.
Dawn, what are you doing? The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Sang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. It can never be simple. Is Alyssa gonna die? Did I call it? Sometime after we ran our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote has ought to. Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? What do you mean? What do you mean they're not glued to her feet? What and how? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet we're quite the hideous excess sorry to be forced upon Rocinante. I've tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Boy. One must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. He's saying... Isn't he supposed to be like a smart person? Shouldn't he know the consequences? Whatever art thou suggesting, Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It is a query posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. My Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get— What do you— Rod, you know? No time like the present to get collected, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Yeah, didn't Faust exploded? Sure did. But that was but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato, potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. By on thee, thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. Lily slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly. Why are they all so dumb? Why? This is like the child that really wants to put their hand on the stove, and you kind of just have to let them do it, isn't it? Alright, I guess we're putting our hand on the stove. The standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. Concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I'll not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. He's egging it on. Everyone's dumb. They're all dumb. To the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome: not applicable. Reason: subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserveth a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is still Don Quixote, and her course still without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Is she taking cover behind Dante? Onheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That'd be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yiseng will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, Kay? Alright, Yiseng dies. Let's be on the ready. Behold me, not with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This seven-layered knot poseth quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I mean, she is a sailor. I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. Or I. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha Land? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. Sanity negative 45. We do. Mother. Wait, what? Oh, mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. Ooh. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. What? Children capital C? Or perhaps this was the Blood Fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, Red Eyes, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. Dante? I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserved to drink. I must. Dante? Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at that building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If you want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. Oh, is this like how to cure the disease? That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive manager has been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, he's saying, shoes, get those shoes back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. Oh, I wonder if it's the distortion pressure. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. She really kept it. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some are quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We gotta do something. You haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Monster. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity.
딱히 할 말은 없네요. 할 수 있다. 힘을 냈으면 한다. 뭐.
Dude, she's actually gone gremlin mode. Yearning for blood. Offense level minus 35. Defense same. Hard blood. My siblings call to me. Turn in, for every 3% missing HP on self, gain 1 offense level up, max 5. So that's 2 clash power. Turn in to gain plus 1 min-max speed for every 300 blood feast. This unit's HP cannot be reduced below 60%. I crave blood. If panic, recover from panicking. Consume a 50 blood feast. Nice. 6 panic, doesn't change. Reawakening Joy of Carnage. And that price of curiosity. $10 to $25.
이곳은 위험합니다.
Weak to Pierce. He'll eat it anyways.
대가리 딱 떼도
Different now, yeah, she is different. It's not like the last time we fought her. You know, it is weird though. Why was she saying mother? I was under the assumption that the very first... Hold up. That's cool. Yeah, I was under the assumption the very first Blood Fiend was Nosferatu, since he's in the origin abnormality. But they were saying mother. Not the progenitor, new first kindred. That's what I'm thinking too. She's not saying mother. The question mark lines are not her. Well, why was she saying mother in the first place, though? It's explained later? Okay. Yo, Mercil, punch her in the head. You know, out of everything that I thought could have happened in this Intervollo, this was not one of them.
고귀하게.
잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Someone staggered.
유명하던 목숨도
Ring Sang.
오늘로 끝나겠군요.
I'm thinking a sinking team would be better for this fight. And she's about to stagger. Who can take a hit? I guess it's gotta be Aradia.
중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지?
보자 너.
Just hit Roddy can reduce blade count using her counter. Yeah. Oh, she dead.
기도해라.
그동안은 해주신
I don't think it would be enough though.
오늘은 제압이 빠르겠어요. 관두죠.
Use the new bows for this fight, worst mistake of your life.
뭐가 남겠어요?
You just die, right? Rishi's gonna bleed out. Damn, I think I actually have to restart. I don't think this is winnable. Yeah, we have to let him die.
대가리 딱 떼도
Hindering saying.
그야말로
I mean, on the bright side, it does look like we only have to get her to 60% HP. And there's no mention of a phase 2.
보고 싶네.
Dude, what? Is she even more insane than the Kanto fight?
직원들이 죽을 수도 있어요.
What the
여기서
hell?
죽어봤자 아무도 기억해주지 않을 텐데. 계속 싸울 생각이에요?
Hopeless.
자, 차디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
Oh no, she doesn't win those.
가면은 쉬운 채로 죽여.
당장 대피시키지 않으면 직원들이 죽을 수도 있어요. 여기서 죽어봤자 아무도 기억해주지 않을 텐데.
Okay.
계속 싸울 생각이에요?
Burn plus bleed is just death slash staggered.
어쩌면 잘
What is that?
될지도 모르겠어.
The price of curiosity.
준비되어 있습니다.
Also, I should have deployed backups too. Whoops.
관리인가 아니면 애도인가.
불청객을 맞이할 시간인가 보군요.
더더
좀 열쇠가 필요하시.
부르신다면 언제든.
애도의 시간이고.
Yeah, we're probably gonna need the whole squad for this. Suppressing Don Quixote. You know, I really like that they did this too, because it answers the question that I think's been on everyone's minds, whether what would happen, like, if we ever come across the fight that we just can't win, can we just use Don Quixote? And the answer is no.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Just instant 45. I don't know how he won that. That's actually crazy. Yeah, instant 45 sanity. Oh, get dodged.
이 자리에 서 있게 해달라고 말한 적은 없었어요. 단 한 번도.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Okay, so I have to fight my nightmare twice. Every time I close my eyes, the gremlin, she's there.
깨달았나?
Fluid sack carry trust. Fluid sack always carries.
몸과 함께 사라져라.
Dude, sinking is just insane for fights like this, though. Famous last words.
이 자리에 서 있게 해달라고 바란 적은 없었어요. 단 한 번도.
Wait, so what team did you end up using to win this? You know, I don't know. Do you think people sleep on just how strong sinking is?
나아가주게.
Or do we know? Gremlin is in the walls. I hear her scratching at night.
심지어 발견.
크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
You use the Blood Fiend team? You bleed yourself so much when you use that team. I just got wrecked with it.
적을 제압할 기회네요. 어차피 나아가주게. 또 탈출하겠지만.
깨달았나?
Sleep on it because you're bad at just a win rate.
할수 있다.
I think it's not. Oh, what are you doing now? What is this?
제게 그런 말을 바라시지는 않을 거잖아요.
Deal plus 40% more damage for every 10 summer bleed on all targets, max 200%. I love that. Gain shield HP equal to remaining blood feast. /1 inflict 10 bleed after attack. Increase blood feast by HP. Damage dealt against the target after attack. Target is defeated. Increase blood feast by the target's max HP. Okay. Okay, like I might be able to stagger her out of this. 22 to 36. I mean, this is just piles of damage too. I think we're fine.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
그대로만 해주신다면 오늘은 제압이 빠르겠어요. 왜 그런 명령을?
Oh,
아니, 됐어요. 마음대로 하세요.
oh no. I must. I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst. It's... No, my lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner. Nothing more. The old Virgil beatdown. Nice, man. Will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I mean, it's kind of everyone's fault. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome. Given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Ooh, binding tool. Just one kick. Yeah, look at all the blood on him, too. Just after that short clash. Well then. I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgil fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness? Or did something affect your memory? And did your Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. The blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is... indeed, that is correct, but I cannot well explain how... The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognize some of them, and some are voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. What? So I guess this further explains why Dad Quixote also kind of started to fall back too. It wasn't just the golden bough, perhaps. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and... I hurt you all, as Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us, after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. Blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with the supply. Alright, where are they getting it? I don't suppose you actually believed that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge. I've done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Oh, so he's actually helping us? Let's remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated. Is your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? Basically, for them to remove this feeling of thirst, they need to make more blood fiends so they can share their burden with each other. Given how much of a family is dead, all the burden is hers. Yeah, it seems that way, huh? I don't know. It seemed like he was in it only to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknown was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let's discuss the thirst you experienced first, for example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchagan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? Well, what are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. Feel like what Faust said, desire? It's like a crystalline desire. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received the reply their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. Their desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst, thirst and more thirst. It's quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. Man, what an insane concept. It's so amazing, so tragic. All of that on a little Don Quixote. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. Yeah, what the hell? He knows all of this and was still like, yeah, take off the shoes. Yeah, he's insane. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do. But also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? There are those who would, quite literally, throw their lives on the line to stop you even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I'll write the following in the report. Still, quite unstable, yet, with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, the subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort really, because I've never had much use for it myself. What? Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. We're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Gallop on, Don Quixote. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Yeah, we just need Virgil to step in.
칭찬 감사합니다.
Hierarchy.
남김없이 모조리 처리했습니다.
Yeah, that's a lot of reading. That was a ton. It's a bummer. Revelation you think also hints that maybe Sancho knows that Papa Don is still alive? Wait, why do you say that? He just doesn't want to say it yet? Not alive, his body was taken. Oh, okay, okay. I was gonna say, if he was still alive, they wouldn't be calling out to our Don Quixote. Man, that's crazy. It's like the soul itself ends up trapped in blood. Yeah, weird parallels to Magnolia. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. You finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. She keeps asking questions about it to Faust and Dante specifically, like she wants the truth from them. Yeah. Which, I mean, I don't know, I'm one for telling the truth. I would probably tell Dawn, honestly. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh ho! Now what are your conclusions? I mean to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and though there's plenty of significance, alright, we've all gotta know who's the big boss. Well, this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario. We must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. What the hell? Dude, is Otis gonna kidnap us? Hey, that's... I'm gonna listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? Yeah, it's because you were the first Canto, Gregor. There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which of them would be at the apex of this scale. Were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... No shot. Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has a desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. The negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children, for example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. Okay, never do that. Stealing someone's lunch, I feel like you should just get fired for. That's actually such an insane thing to do. Holy shit, I hate that. You're not speaking from personal experience, are ya? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There's a long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the foremost position of the line. Okay, Yisang. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms. yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps a test of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yi sang. Yi sang? I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. He's saying it's the other way around. Ah yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the center wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Oh, fucking Yi sang. Poor Yi sang. No, he deserved that. I feel like we can all agree that was a super... that was super cheesy. And thus spoke I, Yi sang. Oh, man. From the strongest to weakest, Don Quixote, Otis, Hirshu, Mersault, Faust, Honglu, Radia, Heathcliff, Ishmael, Sinclair, Yi sang. Man, I'm surprised. Well, I was gonna say I'm surprised Ishmael is so low. Which I don't know. Dulled Harpoon, I guess. Well, you said some cool words though. We got this right, Yi sang. Wait, where is Gregor on that list? Well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion, ahem, to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? Shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis oft the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean... fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, that's why. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I guess somewhere around my level probably. Or Heathcliff. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. Ah, you're the sinner with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Least favorite? Exceptions. Ugh. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. What the hell? No, you're so mean. Collective pain. Exceptions. Now, I mean, I am curious what that means. Like, his potential for growth is crazy, maybe? Let's say you carry a certain potential. Oh, there you go. That, potential, is it? Does that mean that I could also be first place if all goes well? bug arm. Gregor god level? God Gregor? I mean, he is both his groom and his bride, according to the egos, so makes sense to me. It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Well, not this query, harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny, getting consoled by the guy who placed the last. Gregory, yeah, you should just accept it, man. Just take what you can get at this point. And you guys thought it was done. You just Gregor. Imagine getting tier list and put in your own tier after some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortion, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers have struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. Alright, now we need a tier list of who has the worst handwriting. I'm gonna guess Gregor again, because I don't think his left hand would be his dominant one, and that's all he's got for writing. Man, he just can't catch a break. Mersault's obviously the best. Yeah, probably. Although he is writing with gauntlets on. That could prove to be a little tough, maybe. Heathcliff? He can't read. You think he can write? Oh, or is that why you're saying he's the last place one? I feel like that's the exception, right? Heathcliff can read? I think he said he can't. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Yeah, even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. It was him. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria, despite the correlation. Really? I feel like that's a little off the mark, but that is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. You were right. Yeah, good call. Over here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. Once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion's risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety with which you ask me that question. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec. Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? privilege given to researchers. Oi, oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. We've got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Yeah, he's a real Sherlock Holmes. Oldham's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. Fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. Huh? When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Wait, this is the first we're hearing about that? Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that is already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. We gotta see it in Leviathan. Oh yeah, you're right, with the eye lock thing, right? I mean, they didn't really try to reverse it though. But I guess this is just confirmation that it can't be reversed. I wonder if that also extends to the pectola too. So a distortion like that Time Ripper fellow will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you're referring to the subject HE Tech 7 Tech PI Tech 2 0 Tech 01, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Oh, that seems kind of bad, doesn't it? So Hubert got... Oh yeah, because T-Corp, so now they have a time-killing time, and they bought the box from us too. So does that mean they now have the potential to unleash TKT whenever they want to? Oh no. Wait, so that key something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. PI must refer to Pigretia, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the pectola. They do indeed follow the same thought process. For being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. It'd be more accurate to say that, as the pectola are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. Okay. Theory, Hubert will either join Herman or Blue Boy's group. I feel like he's got his own plans. So the Time Ripper became a company employee? Or a company weapon, yeah. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the enkephalin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. Okay, makes sense. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6 from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as preferences. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. Okay, so are the higher numbers, does that mean that they're more deadly or less? I don't think it's specified. Well, it says rather high, so I guess the higher the number, the worse it is. More deadly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. What is it? What else? Other than the monolith, one with the highest potential values among the Limbus company's businesses. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we're beset by danger at all times? Dude, this was our worry, that they're gonna use the monolith to create distortions, to solve distortions, to profit. I really hope that's not what we're doing. The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city just like the Golden Bough, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. Oh, so we're just trying to get them back, okay. I also learned that they've become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now, we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. Dude, it's such a bad idea. I mean, it's like, it's good in the same way that, you know, dumping nuclear waste into an ocean is good for a business. But, you know, not for anyone who wants to go swimming. I could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. Because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? What do you mean, Radia? You wanted to take the shoes off. We didn't want the answer to that. I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Monolith might be Carmen's discharge. Maybe. I don't really know. So we got Monoliths and Golden Bows. Limbus is up to light shenanigans. Yep, it always comes to the light, huh? That sounds wrong with no context. Yeah. Let's see. From Kanara to Star of the City, I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not Star of the City yet, are we? Dude, why is it framing it like this? Like we have to go against them at some point. Like foreshadowing. It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level, huh? It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Dante. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Sondheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. You love this Intervollo so much. We got so much lore confirmation. Yeah, we really got all of it, didn't we? This is great. What if we protected them, though? I'm impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. I mean, we're still here. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried, or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. Flow? You know, what do you guys think about this word being used so much? I feel like every time it shows up, it might as well be fate instead. It's the flow, plot armor. A script. This really is just a lobotomy corp. Hey, we're doing it again. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a Star of the City threat at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. Alright, in before the 600 million people dead. Dude, in just 6 months, in-game time too. Please, don't forget that that is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. We're literally destined unable to die just yet. There's more.
죽음 충동 억제, 관념 봉인.
Yeah, this is a long Intervollo, isn't it? We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome it and add adversity based on what you have learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypotheses have never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision, and I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. No way. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. Understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to distort, saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... Forget I said that. It was foolish of me to say. I'll be the subject of the experiment myself. What? You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. You know, to be fair, I have wondered about that for the sinners. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a pectolum? You could end up becoming a pectolum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. It's a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass. The death flag is high. I mean, I thought Alyssa was gonna be the one to die. But this is close. These employees will transfer me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of pectolum I would turn into. He bet on Goulet, I on Invide, and her on Pigrite. But how could you... Think about it like this. If I were to become a Pectola, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact of turning into a Pectolum relieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I'm well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Well, 'cause you're a person. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Pectolum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be, so hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the Pectolum, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails. Alright, but how much sanity do you have? It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I'm a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? Gambling distortion. Alright, everybody get your coins ready. If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets. For example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. My, for the first time, I'm feeling quite the envy for you all. Wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. What a psycho. Huh? If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal necessities. Or niceties? Yeah, niceties. Nods Martin. Then, the manager here will open the entrance to my Dungeon of the Fathoms. And you will progress through the Mirror Dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion. Reach into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexa section, and it comes around. And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious, or, if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? No, it's not safe, Gregor. I feel like Gregor hasn't been listening. A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-headed Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-headed Kim? He's recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. Oh, dude, let us go see him. It seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. Did you guys hear the bell? I'm confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a pectolum. Indeed, and I... Whoa! I can still hear them. Oh, yo. Wait, do we need 3D glasses to view this? Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Not an ADD distortion? No, he's not using the ego. And that also means that the ego is not really having an effect on his mind, apparently. So maybe whatever they've made is a little different. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please, take a look at this. Is this a note? Did you write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all that you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersault? It will be done as you commanded. Mersault nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment Mersault uttered them, The all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the lab. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here, the past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I needn't to expose every little detail of it. Wait, what? Oh, no, wait. Do you think he worked in Lobotomy Corp? It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? A former feather. Whoops. We're at the starting point of the dungeon of the Fathoms. Found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test, take only a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here, but what we find there are ego gifts. What? These ain't ego gears, these are them gifts or something, right? It appears that ego are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can we just take them all? This is a dungeon of the Fathoms. As it differs from the usual mere dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? Flaming Gauntlet for burn. Combat boots with spiky bits on them for rupture. Cleaning solution. No sinking. This one seemed best suited for the situation we're in. We take the illusory Hunt Ego gift.
잠수 준비 끝.
Dude, when I was dragging, I accidentally messed up my OBS. Okay. What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will. At least to a degree. Our mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms and bring me back. Our mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. So that's the meat lantern, right? You, us, branch control. What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well, then do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library, fabled to have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight.
딱히 할 말은 없네요. 할 수 있다. 힘을 냈으면 한다. 뭐 제게 그런 말을 바라시지는 않을 거잖아요.
Censored Lobotomy Corp agent. Teeth, lantern, yep. Censored wisdom. Turn start at less than 0 sanity. Heal 5 to 20. Alright, maybe sinking wasn't the answer here. Oddly uncanny lantern. Combat start heal 1 fragile for every identity that targeted this unit, max 5. Combat start if all enemies attack this unit, attack weight +1. Oh, that's actually insane. Fennec types Madden, sure.
나아가주게.
깨달았나?
Void Dream?
잘 들어가네요.
No, I think it's Meat Lantern, because it said teeth in there. Or some kind of aberration of that. I don't know, that swing that just hit Heathcliff kind of looked like the same animation that Dawn has.
개체도 마찬가지겠죠.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
많은 사람들이 죽어가는 것을 막기
Music
위해서
goes so hard.
애초에 투입하는 직원이 적으면 되는 게 아닐까요?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to buy like a pair of 3D glasses just to look at this.
겁날. 내게 바쳐주지.
Oh. The surprise sanity gain. Dude, they actually gave these guys sanity jump scares.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
왜 그런 명령을?
파쇄 완료.
아니, 됐어요. 마음대로 하세요.
직접 알겠습니다.
편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 길이
찢어 놓아주마.
Came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotions and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the fire's heat to touch abnormalities and distortions, both entities of the unknown. They must have noticed us listening into their conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Maybe the sample who's agreed to this experiment? What, do they know? Dude, this is so meta. If so, try this on. In the researcher's hands was what looked like an ignition plug, or a testing machine of sorts. You have the wrong person. We're the samples. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw. After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researchers let Otis go. Otis took off the gear and presented it before the researchers to return it, but they simply shook their head in response. The gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you.
본부대로 완료했습니다.
How do you even put this on? Also, no burn, Lamau.
잠수 준비 끝.
So, how do we know this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. Sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But, Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. We will see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this, then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. Nothing sticks out to me. He just kind of looks very disorganized. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? Heim. Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Ah, whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop, are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. No, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. Is that cheese? I don't think so. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my... what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before, you know what I mean? Ah, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. All this information has never been publicly available. Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And, in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. You know, this Jimmy guy seems to mirror Heathcliff, right? Is anybody else getting that feeling? Like maybe that's why Hohenheim chose Heath. You believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living at large in a nest, changing my world a little by little. The vibes are there. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. Yeah, going from back streets to Feather, quite a jump. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself indeed, but you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So, I'd like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation. You get me? Dude, he really is Heathcliff. Ah, thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. That's so Heathcliff. I think he said the same thing before too. Was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? Seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You lay us. Ah, the remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. So what, did he end up getting his department killed? Is that it?
딱히 할 말은 없네요. 할 수 있다. 힘을 냈으면 한다. 뭐 제게 그런 말을 바라시지는 않을 거잖아요.
이 땅과 만인 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
네, 잘
정리하겠습니다.
들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
무지하니까
적을 제압할 기회네요. 어차피 또 탈출하겠지만 나아가주게.
I don't know, so far classifying him, I don't really have any ideas. I mean, maybe pride? So what's... do I have to learn Latin for this?
깨달았나?
모조리 치워버리.
많은 사람들이 죽어가는 것을 막기 위해서는 애초에 투입하는 직원이 적어야 되는 게 아닐까요? 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
Finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I finally done it. Not alone. Dot, dot, dot. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know? It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researchers. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. You all left us? So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. And you left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. Oh no, not Yuri. The site crumbled in an instant. Trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What? Oh, what is this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95, 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Oh, that's not enough time. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather calloused, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some, who prioritize the fairness of the process, may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. Oh yeah, isn't that what they did in, or at least this is mentioned in Gregor's chapter, Kanto. In the more barbaric groups, the survivor would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument, a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves, whose sole, final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs, making good on your debt payments. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at such an early age. Oh yeah, dude, he's pride all the way. With the impending day, Abno, yeah. Whose life in your eyes is of greater worth. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you, without even a hint of remorse? Wrath is a hideous emotion. I'm here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The L-Corp branch within Hohenheim's Dungeon of Fathoms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that's over with, I invite you to come face me, the Distortion. And the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his Distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back, I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here, this can't possibly be all there is to it. Do you think he's lying? We see the Fey Lantern within the containment unit. A scion-hued fairy flutters towards the wiry, ancient branches of the tree and softly lands on one of them. The branch sating, the fairy sways, as though to entice us to get closer to them. Bright, countless yellow eyes glimmer from the shadows beneath its roots. What a beautiful specimen, this Fey Lantern. Have you finished your observations? I've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. Still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the Fey Lantern? No shot. Midwinter Nightmare. Oh wait, no, that is the one. Concavity. Right on the money. You know your Fey Lantern. But that's not all. Recently, it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. You receive a bony twig. It seems to have come directly from the Fey Lantern itself. Remember, it's a trap. It's a real pop quiz. Twigs.
와일드 헌트야.
Intervollo's so mediocre.
말은 없네요.
Someone shoot that guy.
할 수 있다. 힘을 냈으면 한다. 뭐
I don't know, this feels pretty up there with one of my favorites.
나아가주게. 편히 쉬시게.
Said it too early. Rather than claim my bones in the Christmas one.
맞는 거야. 정리하겠습니다.
죄송해요. 잠시 어지러워서 못 봤.
I feel like my
네.
previous favorite is probably TKT.
크게 의미 있는 성격은 아니지만 사실은 그렇게 대단한 일도 아니에요. 혹시 칭찬을 바랐다면 엔젤라님이나 말쿠트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
With TKT, dude, that music carries hard.
겁날. 풍속의
Bringing dubstep back.
비명을 질러라.
맞는 거야.
Let's say I do really like to claim their bones though.
다음 오창까지는 돌아오겠습니다.
It's the idea of Mersault punching Ongdu. You will not distort today.
딱히 할 말은 없네요. 할 수 있다. 힘을 냈으면 한다. 뭐 제게 그런 말을 바라시지는 않을 거잖아요.
You know, if there's anything I want to see animated from Project Moon, it's probably that.
이 땅과 만인에게
Just the punch.
되려는 자가 있다.
수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주고.
네, 잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만
June wrecked you.
편히 쉬시게.
Yeah, he's a monster. But just think, people hated the counters so much that now we have unbreakable coins.
뭐또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
Perfect Moon really is a company of all time, huh?
많은 사람들이 죽어가는 것을 막기 위해서는 애초에 투입하는 직원이 적으면 되는 게 아닐까요?
He's easy now, skill issue. I mean, you just have to throw damage at his face, really.
겁날. 내게 받쳐주지.
맞는 거야.
땅이 심하게 흔들리는데.
Countered or take unavoidable damage. There's no third option.
직접 알겠습니다.
직접 놓아주마.
Oh, but there is. Just close the game. Several messy, frantic letters are carved into the wall with knives. I can practically feel the sheer horror and desperation of their writers from the wild letters. On close inspection, the deep marks tell a tale written in terror. They're swarming us. The monsters, I hear them. They're breathing. They're going to kill us all. Breathing? Save me, please. Someone, anyone, save me. I don't want to die, please. Here is what drives men to madness. The monsters are near. I can feel the rumble of their feet. They're coming. There are unfinished sentences written on the wall. Death has carved deep marks between them. Ignore them and move on. Look around some more. Noticing something, Ishmael points to an area on the wall. There's a small crack between the countless scribbles of letters. I carefully reach my hand into the opening, and... Aha! I can feel the tip of my finger brushing against a card. Someone must have hidden it there. This might come in handy later. Full HP.
좋아, 잘 됐네.
Authorization card. During the encounter, when an ally retreats or is defeated, randomly apply 3 offense level up between all identities next turn 2 times per turn. When 3+ allies retreat or are defeated, randomly apply 6 offense level up between all identities at the next turn start. Turn start, 3 allies with the lowest sanity heal 15, 10, and 5 each. Does not stack. The numbers apply in the ascending order. Does not activate if the affected units are panicked or corroded. Yeah, that's good. How did that guy die?
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
New coin type idea. You lose the clash. It crashes your game and you lose money from your wallet. Yo, it's genius. Like, go pitch that to Project Moon. Ask him for 10%. We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. You know, I just noticed he has like this looks like a bunch of hands kind of clinging to him. Like also maybe around his eyes too, like it's like they're peeling back the eyelid, making him watch. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working toward.
이 자리에 서 있게 해달라고 바란 적은 없었어요. 단 한 번도.
Observation. Encounter starts. Apply 1 subject of observation on all enemies, then gain poise potency and count equal to the number of units with subject of observation. I'm just gonna call Sob. Turn start. Apply 1 Sob against targets without Sob. Every 10, inflict +1 more tremor potency and count. Establish hypotheses. On turn 3, it gains a new pattern and prepares to use a powerful skill. After turn 3 is over, The above effect activates when this unit has 30 plus poise count at turn end. If this unit did not take any HP damage during the preparation period before using the powerful skill, greatly enhance the skill. Does not count damages taken by shield HP. So this seems kind of like Bamboo-Headed Kim. Adaptation, gain 1 poise potency every time this unit inflicts damage with attack skills effects 15 per 15. Holy. If the target has 15 plus Sob, gain 1 additional poise potency with every hit. Gain +1 poise count every time this unit takes damage from enemies' attack skills. That's crazy. Defense mechanism. I'm sorry, gain shield equal to 30% of missing HP. Shield HP cannot exceed 15% of the max HP. If this unit has burn, lose burn count times 1.5% shield HP. Shield takes plus 100% more damage from rupture. Alright. Confirmation bias. Turn end, siphon 10 sandy from targets with higher sandy than this unit. Max 3 in descending order of sandy cannot stack on the same target. Does not activate if Hohenheim is panicked. Okay, maybe sinking is the answer. Recovers from his sandy anguish. Okay, so he feels guilty. So I guess maybe gloom? Final power +1 for every 5 poise potency on self, max 3. Oh, he shoots lasers.
이딴 건 아닌데 손끝이라도 재려는 자가 있다니.
직접 밝혀주마.
Damn the music. It sounds so good, right? He's caring about him. Reading time. Look at the stage ceiling. We'll check it. I gotta smack him around a bit, you know?
이 자리에 서 있게 해달라고 바란 적은 없었어요. 단 한 번도.
Oh, what the hell? Yo, he's peeping. I feel like I saw something on the floor too. Oh, the little circle here must just be the observation, right? Also, I did not read what this does. Sob, max stack 30, turn start, gain 3 stacks starting from the turn after this unit gained this effect. Gain 1 stack every time this unit takes or deals damage with an attack skill effect against distorted Hohenheim. Take plus stack times 4% more damage from enemies. Okay, just don't get hit. Deal more damage, but on hit, take stack divided by 2% of the damage dealt as HP damage. Cannot be staggered from this effect. Ceilings animated. Man, how cool. Conduct analysis. Use a 10 plus poise potency. Consume poise potency to gain +2 final power for every 3 poise potency consumed. Max 4. That's not that bad. Well, I mean, I say that unbreakable. You have 5 plus tremor count, trigger tremor burst, then reduce target's tremor count by 1. Hit after clash 1. Inflict 5 tremor potency and +3 tremor count. On crit, trigger tremor burst twice, then reduce target's tremor count by 2. Doesn't even matter if you win. I don't know, I still feel like this is pretty Unga-able. I mean, if I wanted to, we could also use Solemn Lament here to nuke him. It is almost turn 3 for Perrins.
직접 알게 한다.
직접 밝혀주마. 여기가 뱃속이군.
이 자리에 서 있게 해달라고 바란 적은 없었어요. 단 한 번도.
Yeah, he has more account than anything. But he is about to do something, so let's try to nuke him a little bit.
나아가주게.
깨달았나?
왜 그런 명령? 아니,
Alright,
됐어요.
shield gone.
마음대로 하세요.
하얗고 슬픈 아이들. 그저 애를 피웠어.
딱히 할 말은 없네요.
That's a pretty big shield.
나 힘을 냈으면 한다. 뭐 제게
Trigger
그런 말을
extinction
바라시진 않을 거잖아요.
sequence. When used, consume half of poise potency and count on self. Gain a sum of consumed poise potency and count divided by 2. Final power max 20. Deal plus sum of consumed poise potency and count times 2% more damage, max 50%. Plus sum of consumed poise potency and count times 4% more damage on critical hit, max 100%. Patch lose, reduce remaining poise count by half. Unbreakable, if user took no damage last turn, it guarantee a crit. If user took HP damage last turn, it does not crit. Instead, it deal minus 80% less damage. On crit, trigger Tremor thrice. Tremor burst thrice, then reduce target's Tremor count by 3. What the hell? $17 to $19. You can't even win.
오자 터뜨려주자.
Oh, he actually could.
목적이 있었지.
고작 여기서 쓰러진다면 그놈이 얼마나 비었겠나.
Plagues your mind, manager. Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as you have seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored. I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that, in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze on me. Like you said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong, that it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? He's hiding what actually happened. Also, look at the background now. You can still see the eye on the ceiling, even in this. That's cool. But if you do feel like what you did was wrong, weakens the poise passive adaptation for this encounter. For running away from something, weakens the shield passive defense mechanism for this encounter. That's pretty good. But another side to that story you've told me, weakens the Sandy passive confirmation bias for this encounter. Yeah, I think the getting rid of the shield and hitting him is a bit better. So we'll do that. Best relayed my words to Hohenheim. Running away? An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away. To deny and evade what has happened is too pathological a choice, isn't it? I'm very well aware that the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on, which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in very rare cases where I too find myself in a tumult of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing. Now that I have conducted some level of cold introspection, I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions. I agree with that. Inadequate defense mechanism.
무사히 연명하던 목숨도 오늘로 끝나겠군요.
When weakened due to a choice event, this passive replaces defense mechanism. From start, gain shield equal to 15% of missing HP. Shield HP cannot exceed 5% of max HP. If the unit has burn, lose burn count. Shield takes plus 60, so it's the same stuff. If the shield gain due to this effect is destroyed for the rest of this encounter, gain 2 defense level down for every instance the shield has been destroyed max 10. So he gains less shield based on his HP. So yeah, it's actually really good to get rid of that early then.
나아가주게.
Yeah, this is a really cool fight.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
Feels like this guy is actually even more austere. Actula?
이 자리에 서 있게 해달라고 바란 적은 없었어요. 단 한 번도.
But it says distorted right there. I should probably heal. Because we are still taking that damage from subjective observation too. Which, man, these are such cool effects. I really like this fight. Oh, the hands on the wall too. We should get adaptive next. I mean, if we can get rid of observation, that would be my go-to. I feel like I don't really care about him gaining poison potency because we just don't get hit, you know? Oh, I don't have the healing on her. Oh, whoops. I mean, I can use Pursuance. Yeah, let's actually do that. Attack weight. Get Dulhan out.
오작 터뜨려주지.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
Made with Edgar. We're healing a little bit here, so I'm not too worried about it. Just now notice his body shifts to the beat of the music. Is it really?
이들이 서 있게 해달라고 말한 적은 없었어요. 단 한 번도.
Oh yeah, it is. What the hell? But that's cool. Yeah, we just nuke here.
나아가주게.
Alright, very cool Yi Sang. I like the one shot into a pose. What a funny guy. No, he really thought he was first place.
잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요. 많은 사람들이 죽어가는 것을 막기 위해서는 애초에 투입하는 직원이 적으면 되는 게 아닐까요?
Any other passives to worry about? I don't like this conditions unmet. Like there's gonna be more to the fight, so we won't... I mean, 23 HP, yeah, we don't have to do anything.
오작 터뜨려주지.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
The escape pods to the surface are here. There's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Oh, we get the full picture. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. Hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin without... not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you... Johan, what about you? Oh, his name wasn't even Jimmy. He was lying the entire time. Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering, nothing more. remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Fathom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later... I've returned, safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. I mean, he's good sometimes. You know, just not when he's stealing hair coupons. Alright, he can never live that down. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Yeah. Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and in nothing else. Had my hypotheses been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. Wow. So he was ready to stay a distortion. That's insane. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5 Tech SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. This is what you're referencing to? That the Intervollo is painfully mediocre? Oh, I gotcha. Nah, it's just Hohenheim. Mediocre boy. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Ew, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. Last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Nerds. Though it had only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. Oh yeah. You know, the thing that set this all off? See, they're still doing that. Alright, everyone go buy your oval glasses tomorrow. Do you think something's growing inside of Gregor? All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE returned to the bus where Charon and Virgil were waiting for us.
한 자루는 죽었던 한 자에 대한 축하를, 한 자루는 목숨에 묶여 살아갈 자에 대한.
Word of the day, mediocre. His age is catching up to him.
장미는 이상으로
No,
끝내겠소.
Gregor, he's so spry. Yeah, what a great Intervollo.
그대, 잠시 쉬고.
I really enjoyed that. I can't believe it. They really threw in a Don Quixote fight. Holy shit. Gregor's potentiality is showing. Gregor is the youngest sinner, confirmed. Gregor's shedding? Think he's gonna turn into a butterfly? Wait, what let's read one last thing.
나를 못 본 척하고 있어주게. 곧 탈출한 환상체가 이쪽에 관심을 보이면
Does that answers the doubts that people had?
한 번에 제압할 테니.
I mean, I would say reasonable questions. That was something I was asking at the end of Canto 7. Oh. The researcher ran after the giggling blue fairy, only to realize that he had walked into an unfamiliar place. He whips around, realizing his mistake, only to see that the door locked behind him. Oh no, the door's locked behind you, hasn't it? It seems that you have found yourself mired in my tricks again. What? The child let out a light chuckle, before gloating at the researcher who was lured in by his ego gear. Oh, boss, he's saying, for the 17th time. Can you please stop using your ego gear for pranks like this? I swear, I keep getting scared that I just walked into an actual abnormalities den. My apologies. The report must be compiled by the end of the day today, yet I am availed by 2 hands of mine to complete it. Yeah, and guess how many hands I've got? 2. And I must ask, for your understanding, for the longer an ego gear remains equipped, the greater the synchronization of the user and the source abnormality. Or in addition, these gears are made to transform and change with the fluctuations in the level of attunement betwixt the wearer and the source. I've not the nature of deception. It is but the manifestation of the gear's effects. Oh yeah, real convenient excuse, ye saying? But that shows that we can't, otherwise shit's hitting the fan. Your fave, a lore YouTuber doing a stream? I do lots of streams. Check out hit game Ender Magnolia, released today. Well, then take it off from time to time, will you? It's how shall I, as a proper researcher. This department of Limbus company focuses on the study of abnormalities and distortions, coupled with managing enkephalin extractions. Okay, so that was something that I wanted explained, whether or not they were actually making energy, and they are. Because if they weren't, then that would mean they're using the abnormalities to make weapons, which points towards more of a research and military branch. So I guess they're just doing everything. They're called the LCE. Perhaps it is inevitable that an occupation dedicated to the study of what are essentially monsters would invite a sundry of oddball personalities, but it was particularly pronounced for this department. Oh yeah? If you gotta slowly lose yourself to be a proper researcher, then what does that mean? What does that make me? Well, that is not what I had intended to convey. To get straight to the point, this child was one of those oddballs. Fully geared up in his ego gear all day, clocking into work even on his off days. Truly, an incomprehensible individual. It is merely by need that it must remain on me at all times, for this research report concerns this fellow. Besides, it may be put to use for one such purpose as well, and... Man, I should put in a transfer request to a different zone. I swear, you better watch your back once I get my own ego gear. Very well. Perhaps it shall be understood, my perspective in no time. Ah, shush, just tell me what I gotta do. If he despised the child's overbearing trickery so much, he could have simply turned around and left, but he did not. Well, perhaps it was that he simply could not. I must ask you to review the files from AFQ 155564 to 30,000 and rearrange them in order. Are you sure that's doable in a day? Anything can be made possible, should we put our minds to it. Not true? It's literally on all physical levels impossible. The researcher finally exploded at the child. I mean, what the hell were you thinking, making a locking mechanism like that? What could possibly be the purpose of a door that locks from the inside, but can't be reopened until a certain amount of work is complete? Dude, what a troll. For reasons ascribable to our human births, the time may come in which we are faced with an ostensibly insurmountable wall, thus breaking our wills. Yet, were one to be surrounded by walls, given no choice but to crawl oneself out of. Well, you think that's a reference to his time at N-Corp? Yeah, okay, great. Just don't drag other people into your problems. Probably have some other responsibilities I should be working on today, so... no. You did not have any other responsibilities. What? Tap. For a moment, it was as though the office was hit by a blackout. Then, an ominous red light began to flash. Warning, abnormality... Oh, the trumpet. Abnormality containment breach. Code red. Area. Office wing. Lane C. Huh? This has to be... the trumpet. The audio warning that a degree of damage, such as abnormality containment breach, has occurred at the facility. The LCE department, the group that has absorbed much of a lobotomy corporation, has maintained this practice. Doesn't sound exactly the same, however. Is this the first trumpet? Oh, do you look at the eyeballs hanging from the ceiling? Ew. And on the floor, too. Researcher looked around nervously, taken by surprise. But the child began gravely, as though he had been expecting this to happen. You were also an excellent researcher indeed. Even on the days you weren't on duty, you would come into the office, diligently composing abnormality experiment reports. Must have been quite exciting for you, as an opportunity to wear the Ego Gear prototype of this abnormality was yours. The corner of the child's Ego Gear began to pulse and twist, growing into the form of a massive mallet. He stood before the confused researcher with a vague expression that could have been either sorrow or determination. What are you even talking about? Actually, forget that. There's been an abnormality containment breach. We're stuck in here thanks to your stupid locking mechanism. A locking mechanism opens under one of the following two conditions. 1. When my work is complete. 2. When an anomaly within the office has been dealt with. The latter must be fulfilled now, it seems. Oh no, is he degraded? It has been a fortnight since the expungement of your records. In the process of raising the attunement levels for the report, your resonance with the gear was broken, and you were devoured, having become a lure yourself. Thereafter, you were part of the abnormality itself, forced to amble hither and thither within the interiors of this department. I was? Child nodded gravely. His dour expression was hardly a surprise. The child had been fond of him. He was one of the very few junior researchers that he had been training to become a full-fledged researcher. He had never been one to establish a high level of resonance with that gear. What had lured him so, I wonder, to insist that he had been the one to test it? So I am bereft of choices, but to use every hour of my existence to understand this ego and the abnormality. It is about time that you are heretofore laid to rest. Wouldn't you agree? Oh. The hammer was swung, and the abnormality shrouded within leapt out of his skin like a geyser. The child continues to swing the hammer again and again. To complete this tragic abnormality suppression, so commonplace in all companies that deal with abnormalities. Damn. I wasn't expecting that to be so heavy. That was well written. Oh, we're not, for there is no blank waiting for you this time. Trap? No trap. No dream.
아, 그대. 잠시 쉬고 가지 않겠나? 그리고 온 김에 이 실험 결과 정리를 도와주게. 끝내기 전까지는 돌아갈 수 없으니 도망은 포기하시고.
Okay, so exactly what he did.
이 엔케팔린 부서에서 일하는 것에 불만은 크게 없네만 아침 햇볕을 받을 수 있는 작달막한 테라스라도 있으면 좋겠다는 바람은 있어. 점심은 간단히 때웠어. 격리실에 새로운 환상체가 들어왔다는 소식에 이것저것 시험해보느라 바쁘기도 하고. 사실 배고픔을 느끼기엔 이미 이 신선한 실험 자료에게서 오는 자극만으로도.
Yeah, I don't know. It really does just sound like LCE is just as bad as Lobotomy Corp.
우리 엔케팔린 부서는 무조건적인 정시 퇴근을 지향하고 있어. 아, 나를 포함한 저 연구원들이 남아있는 건 단순히 실험에 대한 흥분이 가시질 않아 일을 그만두질 못하고 있는 것뿐이요. 나는 구 엘사에서 근무해본 적은 없지만 LCE에 입사한 연구원 중 몇몇은 지부 출신이라고 하더구려. 그들이 겪었다는 온갖 기이한 이야기를 듣고 있노라면
Oh, the reference to Hohenheim.
괜찮은 기분이 든다 하겠소. 아, 이 장비 말씀이신가? 이번에 새로이 에고 추출을 진행한 결과요. 구 엘사의 기록에서도 찾을 수 없었던 환상체의 추출이라 제법 난도가 있었지만 보다시피 나쁘지 않은 성과를 냈어.
Wait, what?
아, 이 장비 말씀이신가?
Given that this abnormality was not once observed, even within the records of former L Corp,
구 엘사의 기록에서도 찾을 수 없었던 환상체의 추출이라 제법 난도가
so
있었지만
meaning it was either produced by them, which that hasn't been specified yet, or they ended up, or I guess someone distorted into it and they gathered it.
추출된 장비를 입고 있을 때 다소의 감정 동요가 발생하는 점은 아직 해결을 위한 연구 중이요. 다만 나도 함정을 파두고 연구원들을 골려먹는 재미를 느끼게 되었다는 점에서 그 연구는 조금 천천히 진행돼도 좋지 않나 싶구려. 눈이 마주친 김에 여기 앉으시게. 잠시 담소라도 나누지. 아, 이번엔 함정이 아니라 진짜요.
No trap this time.
연구 보고회인가 아니면 탈출인가? 시험해볼 기회구려. 예외 처리하라는 말은 하지 마시게.
Is V Lantern supposed to be an aberration of Meat Lantern? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's supposed to, but I really just don't understand where these new abnormalities are coming from. Like, is it just me, or is something missing from the lore? I mean, I feel like they kind of explained it, the idea of people distorting and becoming abnormalities. Whether or not LCE is actually doing this to people wasn't shown, but if they're anything like old Lobotomy Corp, then they're probably doing that. Especially since they have the means to do so with the monolith too.
이 약점을 기록해두지. 제압 완료. 아직 세상엔 궁금한 것이 명료한 해결책이 보였어. 이건 장기 연구 과제로 두는 것이 제압되었구려. 다만 좀 지체된 감이 있군. 보고서 제출 마감 기한까지 남은 시간이 제법 적수만. 또 한 번 동료들에게 미끼를 던질 시기인가.
Aren't abnormalities created by the people? So in Lobotomy Corp, that was what the extraction department did, right? Bino would inject people with Cogito, and then they would become abnormalities if they were successful in transforming. If not, then they became the ordeals that happened in Lobotomy Corp. But from the information we got here, it seems like if people distort and like they reach a point where they can't come back, then they're considered abnormalities. Yeah, I guess they don't. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're rewriting a bit, and maybe that's kind of the hang up. I don't know. I'll think about it.
괜찮소. 실패라는 건 연구원에겐 그림자와 같이 따라붙는 것. 단 한 번의 성공을 할 수만 있다면 실패는 얼마든지 받아들일 수 있어.
And that was fun. That was a really good Intervollo. Bit of a crazy day of streaming today. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little surprised my voice held out. So we'll see how it is tomorrow, because I do want to continue streaming Ender Magnolia. Like, damn, if you guys haven't seen that game, insanely good. So good. A lot of crazy lore stuff happening there. Yeah, today's just been a day full of insane lore. A lot of stuff. We're gonna have to like sit back and just digest all the things we learned today. I think they set up a lot of future stuff. A lot of foreshadowing about fighting the city associations, which, damn. Streaming for almost 8 hours. Hey, just another day. Take a rest. I do have steak and potatoes waiting for me. Drink some water. Yeah, I feel like I probably got a little dry there, but I mean, I drink two full things. 2 tumblers full. Let's touch some grass. Hey, you got me fucked up if you think I'm going outside with all that snow. Hell no. There's way too much snow outside to do anything.
집안일을 해결했으면 일찍 돌아가지. 늦게 집안일을 해결했으면 일찍.
Let's see, do you guys got anything? Eat snow. You know I will, but only if I can find my favorite flavor of snow. Make some snow angels. Touch them steak and potatoes. Oh, I'm going to after this. Yeah, I don't know. Do we have anything we want to discuss, or should we call it a stream? vanilla snow. That does sound good. Make a Dante snowman. You know, I could go ahead and put on my clock head and just lay in the snow. Can't wait to play this once you get home later. No Dante. Yeah, this was fun. Fighting Don Quixote. Actually, some of the fights were a little rough. I can't believe the Don Quixote Yiseng fight. That's my vertical difficulty spike? Really? RNG? I really fell off. I used to be so good at this game. I used to solo the railway. First one was the sloth one to you? Yeah, I don't know. That one was pretty simple. Just ego. Just kill it. Yeah, they showed off some really cool stuff. It kind of feels like they upped the pacing a bit too, doesn't it? Getting the 9 turns. Hey, I got everything. Getting rusty, go solo railway again. You know I'm the reason they took away doing solos in railway, right? They really looked at that and were like, what the fuck? With base Sinclair? Okay. You know, now doing like Railway 1 with the identities we have now would be pretty easy. Really, you just need evade and some stuff to corrode for Cromer. Did you look at Yiseng's kit briefly? I mean, he's just Rupture tank, right? With unbreakable coins, everything's unbreakable. Besides the skill 3, which is also negative. I really don't like this effect. They've been putting this on Rupture identities. If the target has 15 plus Rupture and 3 plus Rupture count, the skill does not inflict Rupture potency or count with its effects. Instead, gain a base power +1. What the hell? It kind of feels like they don't want Rupture to be too strong. Because didn't the Deviat, they had that too, right? Or no, they have different. Yeah, his seems a bit weaker. Like, he really is supposed to be a tank. Special sanity. Panic. Sanity gain and loss. Base factor decreasing sanity decreases after winning a clash based on the clash count. Base value is 10, raised by 20% per clash count after 1. Increases after losing a clash based on the clash count. I didn't see this. What the hell? Are you sure this isn't a typo? They just mixed them up. Yeah, I don't know. He seems like a weird identity. But you know, I didn't mention this, but I thought they were done with 2 stars. What happened? Is it just they're done with 2 stars for extracting? Gives more benefits for Clash Lose. True. Like I said, he is supposed to be a tank. But you know, that doesn't mean you want to get hit every time. Said 2 stars are going to be more rewards. Makes sense. And so the free stuff. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Man, what a day. Yeah, I think we'll call it here. Good stream. Very fun. Tomorrow... We'll see how my voice is doing. I'll probably stream Magnolia. I think I will. Have a good day / night. Oh, you beat me to it. Hey, thanks for hanging out. That was a lot of fun. But I hope you guys have a good day / night. I will see you in the next one. Peace.